All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for tuning into the stream today. We're going to be finishing up Shimo, moving on to some other avatar work. Hopefully, we'll have everything for Shimo done this morning, or at least by noon my time, which is 5 hours. So that's what we're shooting for. Probably carry over past that, but then we'll be grinding and just continuing to work almost the whole day. I think that's really what needs to happen right now. So there's going to be a few other avatars we work on towards the end of the day, because I know there's some people looking for updates. Again, if you're new to the stream, new to what I do, definitely head to samdudder.com if you're interested in getting a commission made, or if you're want to learn how avatars are made, also head to samdudder.com. Or just reach out to me here, wherever you'd like. samdudder@gmail.com is my email. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I have my to-do list somewhere. Okay. So let's start by just finishing up the smaller objects that I need to make. Then we'll go through the list, but there's some smaller items, these little spikes that need to be added here, added there. Goodness. Need to make the shoes. Let's do that. Shoes first. I don't even think they're here at the moment. So let's go back to the baking version. So this is post baking setup, and we should only have the shoes will have to be part of the leggings, because we can't add another material slot without going into a very poor ranking. So we'll have to watch that. Go ahead and take these, make a new collection, choose high poly, because they're a little hard to organize right now. Okay. And for all of these, we'll just turn off here. Okay. We just have the one shoe. Now, looking it over, anything else that I'd like to add at this time? I think we can just turn up our curve resolution a little. Let's say 8. There we go. Let's make a nice curve. What kind of shoe is this? What's the phrase for it? Platform? High heel goth platform shoe. Sandal. Open. Perfect. All right, that looks good. So we just maybe want a little bevel on the bottom. There's another little segment up top, some sort of stitching, sort of other platform. I will focus on that right now. So, oh, I see. So in this one in particular, there's this wedge goes over, another wedge. So there's 3 layers on this side and just 2 on that side. Okay, I will do that by just simply copying this, separating it, taking this one, moving it straight down. Duplicate it, separate it. Take these 2, combine them. Take the edge, bridge it. Cool, you can do something like that. Now our bevel kind of sucks. I think for all of our bevel, we'll need to adjust it a little bit. Make it a little bit sharper for baking. These 2 are just not getting quite as sharp. Oh. Yeah. Just don't see this edge sharpening at all. On weight, 1%. Maybe we just do offset instead. Or, oops. All right, weirdo. Missing a point. So we'll put the cursor. So I need to make that point by heading. I'll do XY0, SZ0. But I don't have the exact middle. Unless I do cursor. Bam. All right. And boring. Need to SX -1, flip it to the other side. It doesn't quite match up, so this is not fully symmetrical. That's okay. Oh, why couldn't I have just done that? 0. Bam. All right. And then we'll do this. Get it nice and creased. Oh, because those are sharps. Those are not bevels. Ah, okay. Select all by trait. Sharpness. Shouldn't have more control. Oh. And then bevel weight. Perhaps it's the crease. There we go. Select similar crease. Turn up the crease. Gotcha. There we go. All right. Now we can adjust the bevel a little bit better. Something like that. And bada boom. Okay. Our business, baby. And then okay. Looks good. A little short down here. What's up with that? Please and thank you. There we go. Crease. There we go. All right. Gorgeous stuff. Gorgeous. And then here. Go ahead and adjust our point here. The tilt is just kind of stuck out a little. That. And then all right. Cool. Good stuff. All right, let's take a look at our reference image one more time. It's right here. So we've got this edge on the bottom too. Okay, cool. We'll do that. I think it'd be best to just take these, duplicate them, separate them, just do the exact same thing we did before. Not that high though, just a little. Bridge those. And bridge those. That didn't work on either of those because they're not combined yet. Now we can do that. Right there. Bridge. Bridge. Change the rotation. All right, looking good now. So we'll select all the similar by crease. Make sure they are creased. They are. Right, and then we want to take just the corners here. And crease those. Should be good now. All right, looking super strong. Okay. Now we're just gonna scale them to give them a little bit of an edge, a larger edge. Okay. Good stuff. The straps, I don't mind these. They look like the rest of the outfit. So I'm not going to change the straps at all. I'm just going to give the platform on the shoe duplicate, separate it. Bring it in. We have a vertex crease on any of these? No. Down the crease, one cut on the edge. Something like that. All right. Pretty good. It's okay. Let's get some more detail in there. Back. Delete the top. Move it up. Indent it. Separate that selection. Take both. Bring them up. I select similar by angle. Nice. Okay. That makes it easy. Beautiful. Do just a little less. Okay. So I think that's the shoe right there. We're not going to do much more with it other than this. So we're going to make a new collection, which we're going to call Shoes Low Poly. Take a little swig here. And then high poly will hide. The low poly, we're going to make a mesh. I guess I could do a geonode on this object, and we'll call this shoe topo target. Now we'll call this collection there. And all we want, change this to a collection. Collection info, relative, realize the instances, and output the geometry. And so here, we want to take the shoe high poly and put them in there in order to now have a copy that we can retarget. Shoe topo. Okay. Again, because now that lets me target it with a shrink wrap when I would not have been able to before. All right. I'm going to remove from the high poly our straps. Okay. Okay. Pretty good. Now add a subdivision surface to it. Set to simple. And then add a shrink wrap to not the shoulder. Not that, but this. Awesome. Okay. This will give me some really quick results. Then we'll actually take the top plus, indent it a little. All right. Cool. I think that's pretty good. Not too much more we're going to be able to do. go ahead and apply the subdivision and the shrink wrap. Or the shrink wrap. Duplicate it, apply the duplicate. Then we'll just kind of finish up our work here. There is a little bit more to do. Let's go in and clean this up a little more directly. Probably dissolve this segment as well. Use a weighted normal to finalize the quality here. And we just keep going. Boring, but effective. Boring, but effective. There we go. Okay. Looking super good now. Super fresh. Super fresh. I think we can go ahead and dissolve this edge. That's pretty good. Maybe a little bit nicer here. Like this right on the edge of this. There. There. All right. Cool. I'm liking this. Hello, Kartat. Welcome, or Carrot. How's your day going? Good, just started. Just starting. Day has just begun. What about you? How's your day going? Do something like that. I asked for help, but I'm doing okay struggling with learning how to make humanoid models from scratch. Gotcha. I always recommend box modeling. That's my favorite. We're just making a shoe. So still working on the same character from yesterday. We're just missing an item or two. Hello, Chip. Welcome. How's it been going? What have you been up to? That's you and ages, bro. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. I'm making a shoe right now. We're gonna apply that now. All right, yeah, I'm gonna apply it. Go to UV editing. How to unfold this. I think we'll select the inside. Here. Or everything but that. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Someone got suspended on Twitch for no reason, apparently something to do with botting. I got my account back and running when I did the appeal. There's certainly been a lot of bots on Twitch lately, that's for sure. I mean, I guess there's always been a lot, but it feels like I've been seeing a lot more, and usually I don't notice or don't see that many. I guess that's really not the best way to unwrap this because I need to get the bottom out. I think we select the bottom and we cut that out. That's pretty much all we're gonna need. Well, maybe if we keep that, keep this, and we cut, yeah, okay, like that. Don't know how they thought I did something though, haha. Ooh. I've certainly had some being kind of part of the commission community lately has been interesting, where people have been kind of impersonating me on trying to get commissions, which is wild. Said to me when I got suspended, reason, botted or automate account posting large amounts of unsolicited advertisements, malicious links, and general spam with a botted or automated account, but I did none of that. You know what? I feel like a lot of ooh, my knee. Sometimes they follow like a format in terms of their naming. So perhaps like I could see them accidentally scooping people up pretty easily. Like there's just so many bots sometimes. I feel like they kind of have to use automated means to do it. So I could see people accidentally getting swept up in it. Well, hopefully not. Definitely don't want your account hacked. I would assume not, but who knows? What if they hacked your brain? So you're working on it. Is it a commission? Yes. Yes. Let me load up the character. It'll take a second or two to pop open. But we're in the final stages of working on the character. Probably have like just a few hours of work left. But we're making a thick dragon girl. Of course, the thick ones. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Life and VR chat. Sounds like a good book title. Thick thighs save lives. And we're still missing a few other elements. We need to make the straps here. Need to finish these up on so we'll take these, duplicate them, take the others, hide them. I would like I guess we might as well just move these. Let's not move them just yet. I need the keep getting UV overlapping and IDK it's a bad thing or not because IDK fix it. So UV overlapping can be useful if you want to repeat things. You can think of like you can always sample your image as many times as you want. Like say you had an environment and there's like a brick, like a single brick you wanted on your texture. You could always just, get a new mesh, sample that brick again by unwrapping it on top of it. So for a lot of my models, I actually have them, they are symmetrical. So I only unwrap one side and then we use the UVs to, so there's only one set of UVs because they're mirrored. That makes sense to you. So I can actually show that really quick. I've got a body here. Here's the character. You see how this here is all overlapping. So I only have half the character. So when I bake this or put it in Unity, both sides will look like this. Both sides of the character. So just knowing that you can do that, sometimes that's helpful. Sometimes that can give you kind of an advantage because, you can use higher resolution image because you're just, excuse me, you're, I guess I would want to say cheating a little. You're kind of only using what you need. Maybe I put it that way. That's all I need, just that profile curve. That should be good now. That overlapping was causing weird shadow things when I bake lights in Unity. Like it usually happens on pillows, like black shadowy cubes. Um, so in Unity, you can tell your what am I trying to say? You can tell your objects to let Unity unwrap them, and that will help because your light map is going to create a second set of UVs, or you have your texture, your UV texture, which is what's giving it, the look of it. But in order to light map something, Unity is actually creating its own separate UV channel for your object. And you can either tell it to, there's a few options you have there. So I might suggest looking into that. Where'd my curve go? I was instancing the right profile. Oh, duh. Gotcha. The retopo target. Wow. Yeah, I've been so confused with light maps and stuff. I personally prefer using Bakery for light mapping. Hello, cutie. Cute. Thank you. Welcome. I personally prefer Bakery for light mapping. It's a lot easier. Unity's default light mapper is not good. Thank you, cutie. And we can really simplify these too. I'm guessing you're baking the high poly heels onto the low poly ones. Exactly. Exactly. I want to get that detail. And I could have done a lot of painting inside of Substance if I wanted to like capture a lot, but I find that I prefer to do the baking now. I think if you can make something with geometry, odds are it's going to work pretty darn well in the baking process. It gives you a little bit more flexibility, in my opinion. Flexibility with very high quality results. Okay. Something like that. And I do think we want to solve these a little bit. We'll do checker deselect. Like the amount of times I've stopped making world because of these black spots are insane. I would just keep in mind that what you're really making in Unity is just an illusion. If you could make the kind of effect you want without light mapping, then a lot of times you have a bit more control. So, this might be advice that doesn't quite apply to your situation, but I do think like if you can get the result you want without light mapping, that might be an easier way to approach your project. Oh, I can dissolve edge loops. Oh, no. Okay, so let's take these, UV editing, take all these, Control L, pin, and straighten. Easy. Easy. And then we'll do clothing. Why did this one get goofy? There. Done got goofy. It's an add-on, the Control-I thing you just did. So the straighten command. So if I take this and unwrap it, or this straighten command, I'm opening up my quick favorites and I'm using straighten. That is from this add-on UV Toolkit. And if we go to UV Toolkit, they actually have a GitHub where this is available for free. So definitely recommend taking a look at it. Got quite a few tools in there that are super nice to use. Straighten being one of them. I also use the distribute one all the time. Super useful. Yeah, absolutely. And just select this one. A little bit cleaner. All right. Now we need to turn on belt low poly. Select everything. You know what, maybe I do have room on my clothing. Let's take a look really quick. The UVs kick my ass sometimes. I'm pretty extreme with my UVs nowadays. I make them very straight. Not in the... I make them very rectangular and sharp. Because I find that this just gives me the best results overall. Not everyone's preferred way of working, which is understandable. But I just can't do it any other way now. I find that I just lose too much control. There's a lot of benefits to making it this way. Mainly being is that when you have like a cylinder, like the leg, by straightening it out, you can see how the texture actually reaches around and touches exactly where it should. So maybe a little bit hard to see with the leg in the way, but like right here, like this is a seam where the red meets the green, but I have my UVs touching exactly where they should. And that's because I've straightened out I've made it a rectangle. But yeah, I'm I'm extreme with my UVs to some people. I think in certain circles, this is probably pretty a normal way to work, but in others, not so much. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be good right there. And then we'll do this funky shape. Can we fit this somewhere? We can certainly fit the shoe. In here, basically. A little small, but it is going to be covered up by the foot, so I think that'll be okay. This thing. Such an odd shape. I think we can cut it up even more. So let's go in, look at the shoe. Definitely gonna practice. Well, hopefully the tool helps, because that's really, if I didn't have that UV toolkit, I don't think I could do this method because I'd go insane. The distribute function and the arrangement, the straighten function, without those, it would just take too long. Stream is a bit delayed, but that's on me. Oh, no worries. No worries. I'm gonna add it to the top this time instead of side. When I say the top, I actually mean this one. This should give me a slightly more, yeah, straightened view. Okay. View texture and substance. I do not like Adobe as a company, but I have found that there really just aren't that many alternatives to Substance Painter. I was messing around with a program called Instamat for quite a while. It's solid. It's not quite there yet, in my opinion. I'm hoping maybe in a year or so it'll be at the level that I'm kind of looking for. But there are alternatives growing, which is good. Where to put this? Really is not a lot of space. I think we'll have to do a bit more slicing. All right, we're gonna do a cut right here and right here. Not ideal. All right. So now what we're going to do is make sure that everything's zeroed out for the shoe. We go ahead and combine these. Actually, let's take a look in here with, we're going to add, why don't you like Adobe? They've just done some very unscrupulous things. The most recent drama that they've done is they forced users to sign a new terms and conditions by logging them out of their software. And then when they logged back in, they're like, oh, you signed it. You signed our new terms and conditions. So they're just they're just very money hungry. You know, I can't blame a company for wanting to make money, but I can blame them for treating their customers like shit. Yeah, it really left a bad impression on me. So I I really I'm still pretty upset about it. But I also have gone back and started using some of their software again because there really just isn't a good alternative for certain things, which is sad. I wish there was some more competition against them. Okay, we're just going in and adding a few more cuts in order to get that high quality shapes, which that I should have enough. Hopefully I have enough for that. That may have just filled up my entire polygon budget, but that's okay. I think actually I could do these ones again. Yeah. We'll find out. Really don't get how I'm confused with UVs. Like, can you not have something go over something else? Does everything have to fit in that one cube thing? No. It's very flexible. What you need the real fundamental understanding of what's going on with your square here is this top left corner goes to any image you put in here. This corner stretches to the top left corner of the image, and this bottom right corner stretches to the bottom right corner of any image you put in there. So you can have different sizes images you put in here, like a rectangle, and this corner is going to stretch to this one, and this corner is going to stretch to this one, so that it fits. Now, if you have an island that's outside of here, what's happening is it's still sampling the spot right here, because these squares repeat. It does depend on that is a setting, but these squares repeat. I can show you a little bit better if I do. I have to, where is it? There should be a view option. Am I in the UV editor? Yeah. There we go. Tiles 4x4, and we'll say. So you can see how from this center point, this image actually repeats in every direction, going out this way. So you don't necessarily have to have everything inside these UV bounds. You just need to know how the image is going to repeat. So if you had like a brick texture, like you could take your rectangle and have it go outside the bounds, and just as long as you know that the edges here, left to right, end on one of these tile edges, one of the UV edges, then you know your texture can tile seamlessly along it. And hopefully that makes sense. But so when you overlap now with light mapping specifically, because I know you're working with light mapping, again, I would there's a check mark inside of Unity, I believe, per scene or per object. So actually we can show you the character. Here's the character we're working on, Shima. I believe when you bring in an object, so this is my FBX file. If I go to model, I can tell it to generate light map UVs. So that way I can UV map my character find just fine, but then this will change. Generate light map, but I swear it still doesn't fix it. There's a lot of settings that go into light mapping. Bakery, which is an add-on, a paid add-on for Unity, does help with a lot of them. There's a few other things you need to think about, which is like the scale of your object. So you want to make sure your object's scaled correctly or marked as static. You can also change on a per object basis the scale of your light map UVs. I believe it's in here somewhere. I don't think I'll see it on this character actually, but that's another option you have to kind of play with. Let's do that. Yummy. All right, so we need to get to baking. So I'm going to close low poly, open high poly, and make sure everything's set to 0, and we mesh everything. Do a single object. Do I use Marvelous Designer too? I do. I really like it. I've just started using it quite recently, actually. That's kind of a newer thing for me, but I like it a lot. I think that I've had a lot of difficulty trying to make good clothing, good wrinkles and stuff in Blender, but it really feels like I don't have to worry about that with gosh, sorry, my brain's going slow right now. With Marvelous. For clothing, most definitely. I don't particularly care for the retopology tools, but I did make this jacket in Marvelous, and then I retopologized it in Blender. Where am I? Right. I still have in my low poly shoe retopo target, which I should just delete now. It's confusing me. Okay, now we're going to export this. To bakes. Clothing. Interview 2. It should be the low poly version. Should be good. And then the high poly version. Yeah. But it's good to see. It's good to feel out Marvelous Designer. And for like the base clothing, I actually feel like I can work pretty quick in Marvelous. And then I could do all my detail work in Blender. Whereas like I feel like feel like Marvelous gets a little bit more difficult the more detailed you're trying to get everything to work perfectly. But if I just have like a base garment, like this jacket, and then I've added the like trim here, I've added all that trim just inside of Blender, rather than try to get it to work perfectly in Marvelous. It's like I know I have an edge on the clothing that's going to follow and stuff, or I could just add pockets and stuff all within in here, all within Blender versus Marvelous. Yeah. Thank you. Though I'm sure a very experienced Marvelous designer user probably doesn't need to worry about that at all. Give me lots of ideas. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do think this kind of work is much more of a, not necessarily team based in the sense that you're working with people, but there's just so much to learn. There's no reason not to share what you know, because it's really hard work. Like either way, you're gonna have to do a lot of tough work. No reason to. I'm rambling now, but you know what I mean. Well, there should be spikes on the shoes too. It is a lot. I try to practice every day. Okay, good for you. Good to practice. I've seen some stretching. I think, or no, that's just okay. I know what I'm seeing there now. I think. Oh, there's a bunch of stretching right there. Why is that happening? What the heck? But the shoe did bake. Just getting some sort of material on it. I see. We just need a Let's put this here. Looks pretty good. I think this is inside out on the high poly. But I'd say overall that looks pretty dope. Cool. Fun. I was making manual wrinkles in sculpt mode, and I just figured out how to use brushes in Blender. I would assume you mean Blender there. Actually, I suppose there is sculpting in Marvelous, but I have not attempted to use it at all. Oh. Wait, no, that's high poly. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, wait, I see what happened. Blender. Blender. Come on, Blender. Why didn't this move? This should have moved with the leg. I guess really the strap should have moved. Candle. There's people in your group. In your group with people trying to kill me and leaking my IP. My Discord or something? Oh. Gotcha. There's some sort of a goofy as fuck. Okay. It looks like there's someone harassing people. Okay, well I can get rid of him. And no, not just block. I need to ban him. All right. Easy peasy. And done. All right. Okay. "31 people are killers, 8 people are gonna have to kill me." Isn't that weird? What a goofy. Yeah, I think some goofy shit's going on. But they should be out of the server now. So, or they're banned now. They said it's like a solar flare by the sun to stop the Wi-Fi and power. I didn't read too much. It just seemed like Insano style bullshit. I was like, all right, well. Yeah, they came by my stream earlier too. No, I shouldn't give weirdos too much attention. Um, oh, it's so laggy. Damn. It did move that time. Okay, so why didn't it move? Okay, strange. So it should have been here. We exported the high poly earlier. Are you going to stream tomorrow by any chance? I should be, yeah. I should be here the whole week. Should be here the whole week. And I'll probably be streaming quite late as well, because I really need to get a lot of work done. By the way, I love your creations. Thank you, Candel. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you have any questions or you're looking to get into avatar making, let me know. Be happy to share what I know. Standing time. We're up, we're down, we're all around. I'm guessing you sculpt in Blender too? Yes. Yes, I do as much as I can in Blender. Um, Definitely feel that that's where my strengths are. Uh, it'd be nice to be able to do do more. Actually, I'm going to do some sculpting right now. Now that I'm thinking about it, um, do 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 do. Um, my brain's shutting off. I keep thinking about that. I shouldn't indulge thinking about that, but it's funny stuff this morning. Um, yeah, I really do like sculpting in Blender. It's not. Some people really are die hard about ZBrush. Didn't particularly care for the interface. I thought it was kind of difficult to use in my opinion. But hey, if it works, it works. You know, I can't argue with people's results. That's for sure. But yeah, I do really prefer sculpting in Blender. It looks quite good to me, in my opinion. Or I can get the results I want, and that's all that really matters. There we go. All right, just a little bit more detail there. And in fact, I will also apply this. It's going to take a little bit of time to smooth out some of these. Ooh, it's very laggy. That's a little hard to navigate. How dense is this? Probably insanely dense, yeah. Do what we can. Yeah, I want to get into it, but I'm not too good at it yet. I think to get more into knowing body shapes and structure, I'm going to continue doing clothing for models to get the general idea or where I should put my topo. Um, there. No, that's great. I think I'm just going to keep those normals the same. Yeah, at least we smoothed out some of that stuff. Yeah, I think one thing I would recommend if you're looking to kind of get your knowledge up, your is doing life drawing. There's a lot of really fun life drawing like apps that you can get now, um, where you can like do like it'll show you a bunch of characters you can draw really quickly, or show you like anatomy and stuff. And I found that to be very, very helpful, and I've used that quite a bit these days. It's if you search up like I can't really do a full search, but like life drawing apps for figure pose drawing, something like that. You can find some good ones in there. I'm not going to show them on here just because some of them have nudity, so I just have to be a little careful of that, because you know it's anatomy. So preface, there might be if you look them up, you might get some nudity there. So just be careful and you know, use your best judgment. But I think that has always been that is what has given me the best understanding of anatomy, is just taking the time to draw, to kind of search, to just look at the human form and try to draw it. That helps quite a bit. Also, don't be afraid to use reference images. Like, I feel like a lot of the time when I was kind of getting into this work, I'm sorry, I'm going off on a rant now, so apologies. But when I was first getting into this, I was very hesitant to use reference images. I really think you want to break down that resistance as much as you can. Like, use reference all the time. That it will save you, give you the quality you're looking for, give you the results you're looking for. Like, don't hesitate on using reference. It really will make a huge difference in the long run. Let us listen to people rant. Good. I do it semi-regularly. This is the nature of having any sort of platform. I gotta rant. I think we'll leave this shoe just like that. That looks good to me. My practice models, I use reference so I can use those my own personal models. Good, good. That's exactly what you should be doing. I think, yeah, then I think you got the right habits. You know, practicing regularly is a habit, you know. Just takes like a kind of a grind set attitude. Which you got to watch out. You don't want to burn yourself out, but it is important to be practicing regularly. Yeah, I take breaks when needed. Good. All right, we're going to steal the shoe now. Give me the shoe. And we're going to go stick it on our actual final model now. I'm going to go back over to our main Shimo. Paste. Turn on the mirror mod and pray we're still under. Ooh, it's so close. Okay, just 150 verts. Dang. Doesn't get much closer than that. Does not get much closer than that. Okay, I'm going to scale this up as well. Do what we can to kind of fit the shoe to the foot. And apply the transform. Move it into clothing. Alrighty, so what now? Well, we need to get rid of that extra vertices. The extra vertices, so let's see, 150 verts. It's not too many. There we go. Okay, so just that single, dissolving that single edge was enough. I think I'd rather dissolve different edge if possible. Maybe it's one of these. So that's just a little simpler. All right, that should work. Make the foot into a heel shape. Yeah, I think we're going to have a blend shape to push the foot down. Either a blend shape or a pose or a bone animation. The bone animation would be easier because then I don't have to bake shape keys, which I detest baking shape keys. They're really annoying, honestly. I'm just going to review my server one more time. Interesting. Less deforms too. Very true. Very true. Okay, and let's see if we can do that. Let's turn on the rig. Grab the foot and rotate it. Okay, so this gives us a good idea of where we need to actually position the foot, or the shoe, I mean. Right about there. Looks like we'll have to adjust some of the straps a little bit. And then can we get the toe to be pointed? See, it's kind of tough because I have to... Oh wait, do I have... Will this work? There we go, okay. Okay, good. Looks like we'll be able to do this. Easy peasy. Lemony squeezy. Hide this. Take these. Turn off connected only. And we'll try to do something like that. Okay. Pretty good. So we know we can move the foot into the shoe. Should basically already be in the right position. Cool. That's exciting. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Now we need to rig the shoe. And basically it should just have weight from the heel bone. I'm pretty sure, because the foot's going to be in this static position. We don't want it to move with the toes. So yeah, just deform. And then, boom. Oops. Of course. Interesting. I guess I could make it a static object. Is this for a VRC? Yes. Oh, how about if the actually, if it's going to be in, yeah, we can use the upper bone, upper leg bone, because the foot rotates, but it will stay in this position relative to the leg. So I think that's our best bet. But yes, we're making this avatar for Verchat. Verchetti. Final stages. The final stages. So I'm just keeping an eye on my Discord, making sure no one else is getting harassed. All right. So we should have a shoe. Oh, but the shoe has the wrong clothing material. No, it does not. Export the. Still hidden. Oh no. That's funny. They're tiny. Why are they so small? Funny. Why are they itty bitty? Huh. The bone I'm attaching them to here, is that a twist bone? It is a twist bone. The twist bone on this leg is getting removed, so it might just be that I need to parent it to the bone above. Perfect. Okay. You'd love to see the finish line. Looks like we're missing the masks. What's user one? Mat cap, that's for the mat cap. User two. User 0 is that one. That's good. That just means it's missing it, but let's double check the final one. Okay. So what's missing here is that the materials need to be reset. Hello, Nammers. Good morning. How's it going? How is it going? I may have not slept yet. Well, my goodness. Nocturnal. I take it you're enjoying your new headset then. All right, so that's now in the right spot, which means that we can go to the root. Thigh, foot. We should just be able to rotate this into position like so. Okay, that looks great, which means that what we'll do, save that, we need to create a test animator in order to create the animation for character. Wasn't in VR actually. Goo was up late on the work on the ad. Oh, we were watching stuff as they drew. Well, that's very kind of them. I hope. Can't wait to see. Can't wait to peep it with my eyeballs. So drop Shimo test there. And we'll add a animation for Shimo shoe pose. And then the test animator should be on the character. And then we open up the animator here. Shoe pose. It's in my DMs when you want to take a look. Oh, okay, heck yeah. Ooh, super cool. Oh, very lovely. Great drawings. All right, sorry, excuse me. I burped. All right, so for shoe here, we have the animation right here. So what we'd like to do is take the character, hit record, go to the bones. So, and like, oops. Wait. Did that not record the foot rotation? Right there. Why is it popping it? Because it's a foot rotation and not a humanoid rotation. Gotcha. So in order to pose it properly, we would need to adjust the actual humanoid bone positions, which I can get from the VR chat. Wait, we have a locomotion animation right here. Good. So I think I want anything for the foot or toes. Foot, right foot up, down. So I think these values right here. Copy. Go back and paste them. So now we have these properties. I'm going to zero them all out. Then we can adjust them like that. Okay. I think that's a little bit more correct. The claws won't be on, but okay. And then we should just be able to actually put the same exact values on both of them. Very cool. All right. So when we have our toggle VRC Fury, which we are missing the shirt, so I must have lost that connection there. But we're going to add one more toggle, which will be our toggle, and we'll do clothing / boots. And we'll add object toggle for the shoe. We'll do default on, and then it will also play an animation, specifically the shoe pose. Play. Nice. Noise. The toes are not getting clipped. The claws, actually, nothing's getting clipped on the legs. So need to double check our UV discards. But overall, that looks pretty fucking cool, honestly. And if I turn off the shoe, interesting. That's not good. It should not be reposing the character. The feet look good. That's good. But that animation apparently is redoing everything. So what I need to do instead is not... Hey! Oh, Dangamusi! Thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. We're getting these shoes on this character. Trying to. So I think instead of doing a toggle here, because I don't see any way... When you add an animation clip, but we would need to actually mask out what bones it's affecting, because it seems to want to affect the whole body. Perhaps that's and I can adjust here. No. Okay, so yeah, we will need a custom animator for that. So let's go ahead and do all right. Okay, so action layer is what we want. We want to put this on the action layer. We'll need to use the playable layer control state behavior to blend this layer up for transitioning to the actual action performing. Make sure to blend it back to 0 when you're done. And I should be able to do that within the state. So we'll go to Shimo action layer. Let's take a little look at our animator. This is the laydown. Actually, I think I will not use that. So I'm going to delete that. Okay. And so we have the pose. We would want a neutral state, empty, which will be our default. And we'll call this shoe off. And shoe on. Cool. Let's add a parameter, which will be a Boolean for Shimo. Well, clothing slash shoe. What if some people prefer the laydown set of Gogo Loco for some models? I think it's more preference. I'm okay including whichever the client prefers. In the past, I did laydown. I think moving forward, I'll do Gogo Loco, since it seems to just be quickly becoming kind of a default, a standard, a staple. You know, people really prefer that one. For me, though, I don't particularly have it. I think Gogo Loco definitely has a lot more features. That's for sure. And that can be an issue if it has so many features that it interferes with other things you want to do with your character. But I think they have the ability. You have the ability to kind of only add what you want with Gogo Loco. Having worked with VRC Fury is great too. Exactly. Quick, easy add. And I'll probably add it to this character. Fixed duration, no. And add this. And go back to normal. Normal. Clothing, shoe. If it's true, we go to on. And clothing, shoe. If it's false, we go to off. Okay. And then we need to add playable layer control. Yes. And then here, add behavior, playable layer control. We want to set it to 1, blend duration. Time to reach goal weight. 0. Let's do 0 for now. And this should be in here, clothing slash shoe, which I'm going to copy. And we're going to go to VRC Fury. And we're going to tell the shoe that you're using a global parameter like that, and then we'll play. What I mean fix, I mean like with FBT, it doesn't break your leg tracking when you're a model. Let's go Loco. I do Go Loco because it fixes when you sit down VRC seats. Yes, yeah, it is funny how many different I guess I want to say issues can happen with VR chat. Just with there's just a complicated stuff. Huh, that should move it. That should have moved it. So I think we need to do more states. Tracking control. Let's try that again. How do you feel about the new hand tracking that came out recently? Oh, for the Quest? Super interesting. I'm probably going to download Half-Life Alyx soon to play around with it. Should be driving. Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Let me remove this really quick. I didn't actually add the animator to the character. I still have the test layer in there, so I have to do that. Save. Okay. I'm super excited for that. I think it'd make headsets a lot cheaper because, man, some of the controllers, they're as expensive as the freaking headsets. Like, if you need to update your, why is it overriding it? But we still need a mask. That's what we need. Then for the index on VRC, Quest has new hand tracking. I haven't been on for a week. So Quest always had hand tracking, but now through the Steam AirLink and through the Virtual Desktop AirLink, you can use the hand tracking in your games through the headset to your PC specifically. Heard some controllers can't even work because of their new settings. Oh, gotcha. Index on VRC. That I'm not familiar with. I think that it seems like Steam's kind of shuffling some stuff around. I'm hoping they're going to announce a headset soon. That would be really nice. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with what's breaking there. I'll put that mask with the FBX, I think. Shimo foot mask. Feet. I use Quest, but I didn't know they got the hand tracking working through Steam. I might have to try it too. Apparently, it's pretty cool. I have yet to try it as well. I think that it's funny. I do think that will take off because the feeling of not having to hold something in your hand and being able to move your hands actually does increase the immersion quite a bit. Like that alone makes it feel really, really good a lot of times. We just have such an intimate relationship with our own hands. Like to hold a controller, a lot of times just feels kind of annoying. Though the hand tracking still suffers quite a bit until we can actually get eye tracking to kind of like sometimes when you're pointing with your finger trying to like lock in on stuff, that's pretty shitty. It's pretty shaky. All right. Wait, am I on the test? On the wrong thing anyway. So it doesn't want this on the base layer. I'll delete this. Make a new layer. Paste. Oh, other way. That was correct. Do you need something to get it working, or is it an auto switch? I've only done it on the virtual desktop side of things, and I think you do have to turn it on in the virtual desktop settings. Other than that, I've just seen videos on Twitter of people using it. Like this. Hey, I'm masking it. I'm masking it. Why? Why? So now this is working on that side. I masked it out. It's just... I have it masked, though. There's nothing on the base layer. Just this. Shoe off. Did I put the wrong... No, action layer. It's the only one on there. It shouldn't be setting the character down. It should be overriding the root position. The playable layer control. So let's try the tracking control again. So just those, and then tracking control, and then we want to say foot and right foot animation. Perhaps that is the solution. Nope, still moved it. Funny. It's not even moving the feet now. I'm gonna put the mask on here too. moves. Why is it moving the camera? Well, that must be the gesture manager that's moving the camera. Okay. Jan Wee, you're so productive. Every day you work on your avatar. It's purple light eyes. Thank you. It is my job doing this. It's an odd one, but thank you. I appreciate that. An odd job, but a fun one. All right, let's look a little closer at this one here. Especially on every other layer, you should not be using it. Okay. I think the action layer is wrong. Let's try the gesture layer. So we're going to go back here, playable layers, remove that. Stream motivates me to work on my 3D project. Good, good. Yeah, we're kind of like a work stream, you know. I almost think of this as like my office, like or studio. But I'm happy to hear that. Sometimes this work, a lot of times this work is really hard, so happy to motivate. It's it can be rough. 3D work has a way of just really fucking with you. All right. Yay, she didn't move, but the feet did not move. Hello, Arctic. All right, so we're halfway there. Halfway there. So let's go back to our gesture layer. And I think that I'm going to remove the mask on this because I don't know if that's affecting anything. I'm going to remove the tracking control. Let's try that again. Makes me want to get on VR to check it out. I want to see if I can get it working, but I'll keep the stream up. Sounds good. Oh, why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Can I choose which? Let's remove gesture manager, and I'm going to add in the avatar emulator because I would like to debug the gesture layer. Get out of here, bot! Get the fuck out of here! All right, this should have started working immediately. It's still not working, but now we can actually take a look at what's going on. We see the animation is playing. Oh, it still has this playable layer thing going on with the action layer. Perhaps that's an issue. Whoa. Hello, Ken. Welcome. Move. Move. I mean, it could, because if I'm telling it to override positions. Oh, let's see. All right, one more time. No! Okay. Why can't the foot get posed? Ah, only affects transforms. Rather than humanoid. So perhaps I do need an animation clip. It doesn't do this, but instead, oh, we have that. Let's duplicate this so that shoe pose transforms. And this is shoe pose humanoid. Okay. So for these ones, delete these. I'd like to drop this into the animator that we're testing in. Let's get rid of that for now. All right, record. Go down to the foot again. There. And here, but for some reason it doesn't want to do that. Just resets the rotation on the foot. Okay, well, that's not ideal, but does it actually work on the gesture layer? That's the real question. If I swap this with the transforms one, does that foot move? Because if it does move, then we know we're going the right direction, even if it's the wrong pose right now. Does not move at all. All right. I didn't expect this to be so challenging. Gesture layer is for animations that need to act on individual body parts while still playing the underlying animations for the rest of the body. So I think I do want the action layer. Base layer contains locomotion animations, including blend trees for walking, running, strafing. Let's try the base layer. No, I would need to add it like, not like that. Create another empty VRC Fury Emo animators. And then this one should be toggles. Because on this one, I would like to add VRC Fury. Full controller. So I want to add my gesture layer to the base with the parameter. Okay. And clothing / shoes. Shoe. That should be enough. I don't need to add it here because VRC Fury is going to add it because they're driving a global parameter. And it won't, this will make sure it won't rename it on that. Okay. Fingers crossed. Still gave me an error. Bullshit. Okay. Even if it's breaking the locomotion, what does it look like? What happens when this happens? Does it actually move? Because if so, I'll add it to my locomotion layer. But no, the feet still don't move. But that one, sorry, let me try that one more time. Gesture layer. And make sure we're using the humanoid one this time and try that again. Currently trying to get her shoes to work. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I should be able to do that definitely through the action layer. At the very least, it should work on the action layer. That's what it's for. It's meant to overwrite these. Though before I was trying humanoid. So let's try action layer again. And double check my mask as well. Literally nothing but these are enabled. Foot L. No. Maybe if I mess with the foot, that messes up the IK system. I don't think it should though. I don't think it should. Anyway, we'll see if this works. We're gonna go back to gesture layer, which it's gonna change to Shimo for now. I keep changing the name. Character orientation may be erroneous for humanoid motion if there is an avatar mask on the default layer. Leave me alone. Fingers crossed. All right. Well, she didn't move. But she also didn't move. So that's good in some sense because she didn't didn't go down to that stupid pose. So why don't we try the track and control one more time? Oh, and then here I have to set the track. So yeah. I think this will betray me. Or, I see. So I want to swap between it being the animation here and then back to tracking the other one. Okay. Oh. Okay. And now she'll be floating. Yep. And the foot won't even move. Foot won't even have moved. Okay, so I did not expect this to be the hardest thing to encounter today. I have to be using the action for bone animations that override all other layers. You take total control of the character. Should only affect transforms. Maybe these values are incorrect. I'm just going to give it some odd value. Maybe I'm just can't. These were actually the default values. I rotated them and then they didn't actually save. They look different to me. Maybe not, actually. We'll see. Now it definitely should be different. Again, this time we're using the transforms. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the track. The only other thing I can think to do is use constraints and just override that bone directly. So if we add on the foot on leg stretch, I'll add an empty. Right here. I'll rotate it a little. Then I'll say for the foot, you now have a rotation constraint. And the source is this FL rotation foot left. Activate. Not just activate, 0. Turn that off. Revert. Take the FL, put it here. Reset. So it's in the foot now. Set to 0. Then we can put it back in leg stretch. So there's no dependency issues. Put it as a source and 0. So now it's the same. And now we can rotate it. Does that hold up? Yes. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're not going to do an animation. We're going to use constraints because that seems to be the cleanest. So now that I've done that, can I put the weight back down? Perfect. Exactly what I want to see. All right. So then I will remove this component. And we're actually going to make a whole empty object here called constraints. The reason we're going to move it out is very simple. If we accidentally break our armature or our prefab, like if we don't load in the root at one point, then we'll lose this not just the connection, but also the component. So this way we can kind of decouple them, but still keep our stuff. And we'll say 0. I guess we don't want a 0. Do I need 2 positions? I might as well. That just seems silly. I think what I want to do instead is put this in here, reset it. But that seems so... Yeah, we'll do FL, FL con, rest, and posed. Okay, then we'll go back to our constraint here, and we'll have another element, which is the posed. So that way we have these two. And then we can zero it. And we want to say to it, reset, I mean, these are zeroed. We pull them out into leg stretch because they need to be on this. They can't be inside the object that's trying to turn. That's very important. Then we go to the constraint. Now we can zero it. We can say you are in the posed position, which would be this, like so. Now, with our constraint, I can either control it here, or worst case scenario, control it here. Like that. What the fuck? Okay. I have to make sure when I zero it that the rest pose is the initial one. Really does not like it any other way. All right. So now we do the same with the toes. We're going to create an empty in here. We're going to call this TL on rest, or toes left, rest. Put them in the foot. Duplicate, and this one will be posed. Then we'll go down to our constraints and add a brand new one, which will target the toes. And we'll use both of these, the rest toes Okay, so now 0 it, and we can take our foot, actually no, right here, take our foot, put it in the position, then we can take our toes, pose them. Now, together, we can undo that. Stupid. It's stupid. It is annoying that I have to do this at all. To be honest. That's okay. That's the price I have to pay. So be it. I just can't believe it's not as simple as that in animation. Oh, I feel like I must be missing something. It's that first one for some reason. All right. Okay. Now we do the toes. Now we can put the foot in position and then take our toes and move those into position, just like right there. All right. So now what we do, we create another animation. So instead of doing the God, there has to be a simpler way. Just can't help but think that again and again. Whatever is what I'm doing right now. Drop that there, delete this, go to Shimo, record, and what we'll do is go to both of these and just turn up the weight. Are you kidding me? What? Really? Okay. That's simple enough to fix, but annoying. So for these, apparently they have to be separate. So this will be split L, split R, duplicate them both. This one will be OL, and OR. For this one, remove this component. This one, we remove the top component. Bottom, top. Okay. Back to here. Forward. Delete these. For each of these. Cool. Wait one. At least we have that going for us. We just really simply turn it back on. Looks good. Awesome. And this time we do need a value. Okay. Cool. So now on our gesture layer, or the Shimo layer, we're using this parameter. Still want that parameter. We don't need to worry about the mask anymore. We don't need these. And we just need to replace the animation. These ones. Play. Excuse me. Motherfucker. Okay, I must have misplaced the animation because that's right. That's right. 0, 1. This is on the playable layer Shimo. Did I add that to here? It's on the action layer. We need to add it to the gesture layer Shimo. Because action layers can only affect transforms. Yay. All right. Not as good. It should be putting the foot back, but it's not because I didn't change the animation values. These need to all be 0. In a sense, this is a lot simpler, but it's also a bit more, I don't know, what's the word? Rolling. There we go. Shoes. Yay. Shoes are done now. Whew, that took a while. All right. What next? Next, we still want to change this to Shimo gesture. I'm going to delete these other layers. Clean up our scene. We're going to create another folder for toggles. Drop these in here. I have a feeling I should be able to get those other animations to work, but well, we're gonna they work now, so I'm not gonna touch them. All right. What we need to think about at the moment is UV discards. So we're going to create another animation here. We're going to call it Shimo UV discards, or UVD, UV discards. Body. Okay. And we'll add that to our test animator we have. Get rid of the other one. We go to Shimo, leave all the materials already baked, so we can just hit record. Go to body, scroll down to here, and click these. I don't even need all those, but now we have them. Awesome. We're going to duplicate. Now we're going to switch this one to body legs. And body legs is row 2, column 0. Okay. No, it's actually row 1. And duplicate body again. The body arms. And that would be row 3, column 0. All right. Now these we should be able to just tuck into the toggles. So when the jacket's on, I would also like it to play the animation clip body arms. And it gives me that error, but that doesn't matter. It's just pissed that there's a better option. And there we go. Play. Well, that's working. Oh, I'm just a fool. Okay. I just didn't click on gesture manager. All right, cool. But now the claws are no longer poking out. Looking good, looking fresh. So UV discards working decently well. It does disable the arm, which is going to look a little weird when you look up the sleeve. So we may change that. I'll have to double check with the client if they prefer that or not. For now, good stuff. All right, so those are the UV discards that we're going to use. Now what we'd like to do is start adding in the final little details for, excuse me, we're missing some spikes, some crosses, and just some small little details there. We have a very small budget, so I have to be optimized with how we do this. So all right. So for the low poly clothing, we're missing and belts, we're missing a few things. There's the spikes here. I think we could just use this one for. That's the case, that I don't need to recreate anything. I already have those spikes. There's 9 verts per spike. And that's more triangles though. Well, no, should be 8 triangles. 8 triangles per spike. Let's actually go back to, let's copy this. Back to Shimo. Paste. Move it into clothing. Belts. Okay. So this here. Okay. 8 triangles. All right. Now we've got the spike. We've got the spike. And there's a few spots we need spikes. First is on the shoe. Let's look at the reference. So many little things to add. Enough of that. Reference image. So, spikes on the collar. Spikes on the collar. Whatever I make here, I will copy over to the high poly version in our baker in order to make kind of the final shadow, those final shadows that we need. Excuse me. Four on each. I could. Okay, let's go back to this one. I have the shoe straps in here, so I'm just going to copy those. I mean, I'm missing this one. Might as well just make them here first. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So save, get my little spike back. I don't know why I brought it over here. Copy, back to here, paste. There's my optimized spike. And then we're going to add to, we have the straps. What I'd like to make is GeoNode to instance on curve. This one, we want the object to be this one. We want the curve to be this one. We can get rid of the profile curve in the cap. And we would also like it to delete this hidden geometry here. That'd be nice. Okay. We can change that distance and bring in the minimum and maximum. Awesome, good to go. Now we'll just duplicate them and start sampling these other curves. Right, these are not the curves that we want to use. Pause. Because the other curves are in a different spot. Heading out for sleep now. Hit me on DMs if you got any projects need to get going on. Gotcha. Will do, Namrus. Enjoy your rest. We'll talk to you later. Project's looking super good. Very good. Very excited by what Dandy's done. Same to you. I can't believe how late you can stay up. I would just die. I would just be dead. Okay, so now we have these curves. And we can make a plane here, here. We can add, maybe wake, but I'm not here. Excuse me. We want to instance this little guy on curve. We want a little bit more distance, a little less, really. Bring this up, bring this down. Voila, duplicate. So now we've got spikes on the shoes. And what's our count at? Ooh, that really takes it super close. Probably a little bit more we can hide though. Okay, it does not count the curves, so definitely we'll need to optimize if we want spikes on the collar too, because we have to take these. Hear them. These alone are 256 tries. there. How do I align a cursor that direction? I guess I could just do wait, where's my oh, did I delete the actual thing? False. I needed to duplicate it, then separate it, then collapse it. What the fuck is that? There we go. All right. Then again, duplicate one of these, get rid of the mirror. Yeah. Now back to here, I want to take this edge, duplicate, fill, and separate because I would like to orient my cursor to its surface. That, which will allow me first to take these and do a tilt. Something like that. And then I can switch my rotation to cursor. And we can kind of align this a little bit better. No other way. Should be like this. Right about there. And we'll say control points. Recalculate handles. At least it's a little less chaotic with the Bezier. All right, I think that lines up pretty well. I can delete this face because all we needed was that orientation. We can mesh this object. I can take the points and just shrink them down like so. Take these points, shrink them in. Something to that effect. Cool. Then, a little bit more to do. Let me actually put my cursor back here one more time. Take these. Hello, Booms. Welcome. Alrighty. Just doing some more work, getting things done. Getting things done. I think we can go to UV editing. Beautiful. All right. I think that's gonna work pretty well. Got our shoes in. Shoes in. I'm just going to go ahead and export it as it is right now, just so I can see what it looks like. But I have to. Can I do that? Because I have to mesh these. Yeah, we might as well mesh them. Bam. Apply. And apply. Okay. And then should be fine. Seems pretty good. Then I would like to take these, combine them, switch my, or I guess I just need to control P with empty groups. Good paint. Bada boom. Beautiful. Beautiful. Interesting. I think I weighted them to the wrong bone. Then I would just like to see this without. Oh, they look good though. Yeah, it should have been this bone. Okay, these can be combined with the shoe. And one more time, I'd like to see it. I want to see it move. Yeah. Good stuff. Yes, yes. All right. Looking super good. Awesome. Okay. What else? We have a lot more spikes to add. But I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be back. Or actually, I want to take a picture. Ooh. We're back. So, spikes. Need a lot more spikes. Specifically on the neck here. So let's hide this. And what I did last time is I had a object that allowed me to instance for 8. There was a GeoNode that I had that allowed me to instance on faces. There we go. We want to instance our little spike right here. This guy. There we go. Cool. Put this up here. I think what we'll do is over here, take this and this, and I guess I could just instance on this geometry. Yeah, we'll just duplicate this and separate it. And take this, delete it, take our little thing, select the boundary loop, delete it, then add in our GeoNode we just used, instance on faces, which we want to again instance our little spiky down here. Beautiful. And then let's go ahead and start deleting. Well, you know, just to start off, let's just do this. We'll start that. Now we know we don't want spikes on the front, so we'll take these, throw it, and delete them. So something like this. Good. I'm also going to go into GeoNodes. Here, don't crash. Thank you. I would like to be able to control the scale. So we'll set this to a value right here that I can just control. Something like that. Okay, and then a little bit more. Or what are we at right there with this amount? 70,626. Not bad. Not bad at all. We're going to cheat a little bit. And our gums, I'm going to dissolve that. Then, really should have, I wish I'd done my mouth a little bit differently. But no worries. I'm going to take the teeth. Well, Um, I'm just going to delete the tops of all the teeth. Usually I don't have to get this granular. It's detailed, but this will give me a nice chunk of extra verts or extra budget. Good. Now we'll take these. We'll go ahead and apply geometry node. Then we'll separate these objects here for a moment. Okay. We'll go down to scent. Select this, grab this, transfer the weights, take them both and combine them with the body, and that way everything should be moving. Get the weights to be perfect. I could can't I do something like I should have whatever. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. This will work. I could have done this with geometry nodes, is what I was thinking. But that would have taken a while. So, not too concerned. The reason we're doing this is because I want the entire spikes to move with just the vertice. It's very important that they move with just the vertice, because otherwise they will shift and bend, and it'll become very clear that they don't. They just won't look firm. They'll look kind of mushy. So this way, they will retain their sharpness. Just to test. Yeah. You can see how the one like that. Yeah. This may seem like a silly question, but have you made an avatar for yourself? Hey there, Ken. So I have made one a long time ago. I've made some product avatars. I would say the ones that I've kind of made for myself are the ones that I sell. So, not these ones. And Gumroad. That's fan art, but I've made a character like this before, which is very fun. Very fun character. And then I've made, I think the one I'd probably wear that I wear the most myself is this imp character. Had a lot of fun putting them together. But I do look forward to making one for myself that feels a bit more like me, more polished. But those ones are ones that I oversaw concepted, thought of, and then made. So I think that in my mind they kind of are the closest to my own. I do have an OC, not an OC, but a drawing. I guess an OC, yeah. I have an OC that I made in my sketchbook that I've been very interested in making. I want kind of like a wizard magic user vibe for myself. Whenever I make a more personal, because I do want to make like an actual VTuber version for myself. I think that'd be good to do. All right, that looks pretty freaking clean. Those are spikes that we were missing. Sorry, it's falling over. Yeah, that's dope. Okay, cool. So what I'll do now is I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna separate the freaking spikes again. There. And here also. Separate. And with these two I will need to save. Oh, I have to unparent them, copy them. We're going to drop them off in our post baking setup here. Let me go ahead and delete these. And I don't need the mirror on this. Cool. And I think I'll just freaking do that. And then send these, both of these to the, well, this should also be parented to here. And then we'll take the spikes and move them into the high poly collection. So now they should move with the clothing, but doesn't matter. Oh, but then oh, so many little details I gotta do. Does look really cool though. These ones will bake quite nicely. Be a little bit more difficult to bake these ones properly. Not by much. Okay, well, before we get to baking additional things, I think we want to add the final touches here on, there is a little cross right here and right there, and then a little buckle right there. So I want to make those objects. All right. So in belts, low poly. We're going to make the plane. Right about there. Bevel. Right about there. So then we'll add a modifier, solidify a 0. Apply that. Okay. And then this will be the low poly version. Say go for it. We gotta do it. We got to. We got to. I too like magic. All right, there we go. Then we can put these two right next to each other. Actually be a little bit of a slimmer profile like that. Shrink it way down. Okay, so that's the low poly version. We're going to put it onto our belt baker. We're missing something. We're missing the shoe. No, we're not missing the shoe. We didn't include the shoe on this. Good. All right, then we will put it, let me say right there, so. something to that effect. Maybe swap them a little bit. So I'll have an easier time fitting there and there. All right. This over here, I don't need that. Let's put you in instanced items. And this, you can keep right there. Cross low poly, duplicate it, and then we'll have cross high poly. For both of these, we'll save the position here. This one, we'll just move it down for the baking position. Okay, now for the high poly one, I would like to add a bevel. Beautiful. Looks good. For the low poly, I guess a weighted norm. Yeah, I guess I would just leave it like that. Yeah, good. High poly goes into belt high poly, and low poly goes into clothing or goes in here. Okay, belt low poly. Let's go ahead and export those. Substance Painter V2. We're going to go up into baked version, belts, low poly, export. Hide that. And then we're going to go to belt high poly. Oh, balls. I wonder why everything's broken. I added this delete geometry node, didn't I? Yeah. All right, good. Let me just make sure I exported the low poly correctly. Pretty sure I did, but just in case. Save. And the high poly into here. Oh, I did not export them correctly because this needs to be that material. Doesn't have material. Metal. There we go. And in the low poly, this should have been this material. High poly. Boom. Back to here. We're going to open up the belts. Since it loads. Hope everyone's having a good day so far, by the way. We're being very productive today. Very, very productive. Oops, things are in different spots. How much is in different spots? Almost everything. Balls. Okay. Balls. I think that will probably be okay. No, things are definitely incorrect now. Hmm. Let's see, if I have these two, let me copy them. And I went to really should be right here. Okay. Um, that should be fine. All transforms. Except for this one. So deep fighting. Yeah. So we can put the transforms there. That's fine. We then did adjust this curve here. But this one's in the exact same spot. Funny. That's the high poly. We can't move that one. Okay. Probably about as close as we can get. So I'll put the strap there. I don't think I need to adjust anything else. But now everything truly is at 0. Good. And then if we go over here, I'll return everything to 0. Oh, it's not a matter of returning those to 0. I also need curves here. Everything is at 0. But in order to make them line up, I mean, these are fine. I don't really need them, those to move. There should be a curve for those ones. Okay, now everything's roughly in the right spot. Yay. Good. That was a little simpler than I thought. It was just confusing because the curves are what's dictating the position more than most. That is that. Nothing can go away. So now take the low poly, export that. Good. Then we take the high poly. That was the low poly, right? Just in case. Back to here, refresh the mesh. Mode, bake. We're missing a few things on the belt. No, they're there. I see them. Okay, good. All right. Cross baked nicely. We are missing one thing though, the spikes on the neck. Yeah. So I want these again, just these. Copy, save. Back to here. Paste them. Okay. Cool. There we go. And then the low poly. Now we bake again. Okay. Cool. There. Export. Materials. That was the belts that needs to be unlocked. And the reflection and specular react. All right, super good. Just these two little spikes don't quite line up. All right, we can fix that though. Easy enough to do. And then actually I want to ensure that they don't flex on the belt there. So we'll do two things. First is go to the low poly cross, copy that, save it. And we're going to go back to our main file, paste it. I'll move it out here for now. Then make sure it has the correct material. And then let's just get rid of its animation. All right. Now for our clothing, for our belts material, we go here, shading. Going to add in, I mean, fuck it, we might as well just do, already here, Control Shift T, go to our FBX, materials, textures, clothing, and just grab all of them. Is the wrong copy, go to clothing, delete it, and that's the right thing. The belts, though, we did grab the wrong stuff. All right. Now, I'd like to go here. And it's a little bit harder to line up. Than I might like, but oh. They're also good candidates for a little bit of dissolving. All right, good enough. Now I'd also like to select these, select the nearest vertex and say copy. How well does that work? Mm. You know, that does look pretty good. Okay, we'll keep going. Right in between. And I wonder if I did a cut now, copied, and then just dissolved that edge. That would actually probably work a lot better because it's going to give me that value that's exactly there. So for anyone that are in the middle, close enough. Definitely right in the middle. Um, cool. I think that'll work nicely. Yeah, see, it doesn't stretch. Well, belt stretches, but hmm. I mean, you pretty much want for a belt. Huh. Funny. I know exactly how I'd do this next time to get perfect weight painting. But I think you want a bit of distortion generally. But if I wanted everything to be precise, because for a belt, it just follows a curve, right? So it's like if I had just done if I had just weight painted the curve itself, then everything along the curve would move one to one with it. But the question is, do you want that for a belt? Because a lot of things look a bit better when they do bend with the body. So it's kind of a little bit of a catch 22 in a way. Funny. I think that what we really want is that for every segment, basically, you would want it to bend with the middle one. Pretty much exactly. Good thing I have this backed up, because if I don't like this, I can always go grab the belt again. But I do think that in the future I would want actually I could have just copied out the middle section and then just transferred weights from that. I think that's better. For the belt at least. I think I would want to separate this one more time and two. So that's the buckle's still going to distend with the belt. But now the belt's volume is just a lot better. It's not doing that odd. It's still getting pulled back a bit, but that'd be pretty easy to wait out now. Oh, I think I did the little buckle thing there. So it's pretty good though. So separate that again. That looks really good, actually. Nice. Cool. Huh. Fun stuff. I think, yeah, that means I can make my belts look. I now know how to make my belts look really, really good without them kind of distending. Because the thicker a belt, I mean, we're still getting this stretching, right? I don't have to, actually. So I could do. Could take this whole section, select this point, and say copy. Weight paint, smooth. But now it should really look correct. Yeah. All right. Fuck yeah. I guess I get. Wait, it just kind of clicked for me there. Funny. I wasn't sure what to expect, but that feels good. Having the buckle move perfectly, really. Yeah, that whole belt now works exactly as a belt should. Nice. These are the curves. Here, I think I get rid of those for now. Cool. Now we've got this crossed. So I'm just going to duplicate it. And there's going to be a few spots that we add this to. Got one on the neck. Cool. Good. Combine that. And I'd like this to move. Either that or we're going to put another bone there. For now, we'll just have it move with it. Bone. Make sure I didn't fuck up the materials. Now that looks good. And then we got one right there and right there. Oh, I didn't even notice that. These need to be mirrored. Shit, that's going to change my vertex count quite a bit. But they do need to be on both sides. Not too worried about the cross. It's pretty pretty low poly. Okay. That should work for those. Now we just have to do one more round of dissolving a bunch of stuff. Okay. I think a good candidate for getting dissolved are the backs of the buckles. Let's see. So close. The teeth again. I could do the teeth again. Do the like boundary loop. That does affect a few of them. So instead of deleting the top, I'll just grow the selection by 1. Oop, this could also be deleted. Some of the other ones. But we'll select the boundary loop, grow it by 1. Or no, I could do select the take these, Control I, and hide everything else. Select these, select the boundary loop, invert my selection, and then select the boundary loop again. That should give me perfect. Then we can just dissolve these edges there. So that will prevent it from clipping through. Nice. Okay. One exception to that. I will not do the canines or the very front ones, just the back ones. Ooh, so close. Oof. All right, for these. Okay. Doing it. We're doing it. I'm glad we got the other anklet back. It would be a little sad to be missing that. Excuse me. Everything's looking super good though. Oh my god. Alright, what are we at right now? Gesture layer needs valid mask on its first animator layer. Why don't you add the mask? Good way to do it too. All right, add it back. Customize default gesture. We want the gesture layer. That's our animations. Gesture. We need to go to our template. We need to go to template gesture layer. We want to look at this. We have a layer called all parts with the mask VRC hands only. Okay. So we'll go back to Shimo. Add a layer, move it all parts, move it up top, give it a mask, hands, VRC. Where's that mask? Gesture layer, mask, where is this? VRC hands only. Okay. Why doesn't it want? I can't put that in because I can't grab it. And for some reason it won't let me search it. Oh, okay. I have to remember that. Also, a list would be better. There we go. Okay, that should have gotten rid of that warning. Good. Okay. So we're still getting pushed to pour because we have some separate objects here. So that apply our mesh, our merge. Apply it there. That's the only extra one. Still wants less skin mesh renderers. Okay, so we will want to combine. I think if we combine the shoes and the leggings, we will have done enough to bring that count down. We'll just need a different way to hide the shoes. And I'm thinking we'll use a blend shape for that because they're the perfect option for just using a blend shape to hide because they only have one vertex group they're paying attention to, which means there's no chance of them getting distorted. Very important. We got this. Perfect. So then, in order to hide our shoes, we are going to create a shape key called to Go here, select these, Control L, deselect that, and deselect that. So it should just be the shoes. And we will invert and then hide. And I just want this side scaled down, 0.8 S0. And then invert that selection S0. Now we have the two completely scaled down. I'm going to move them up here into the leg because it's just right here should be fine. Right about there. Okay. So now we can hide those. Okay. So that means we need to create an off state for the shoe. Ooh. So when our toggles are doing right, what we want is for the shoes to not do this. Well, they should drive a global parameter. And then they should also set blend shape on our leggings to 100. And right now, just make sure that they, or no, other way. They're set to 100 to hide. I want them out. And when they're turned on, we set it to 0. Cool. Optimization, baby. Gorgeous, beautiful, powerful. We robbed Candle. Lol, who's next? Robbed Candle? What? What are you talking about? Are you asking for a ban? So I'd be happy to provide those. Well, if you could use correct grammar, that would certainly be a little. Well, you could use correct grammar. Myself. You have someone with a lot of free time, aren't you? All right. Shoes are looking dope. And we do want to get the little bits right there created. That would be good. And the thumb's poking through a little bit. Oh. All right, torso taller, heck yeah. I'll have to do that a little bit later. Okay. This looks good. And we'll go ahead and do I add a fizz bone? I definitely want a fizz bone on the belt. But what's funny is I think I'd have to add it to the leg. So we'll do that. There we go. We'll do something like this. Do CC underscore belt. And move that over there. All right, pretty cool stuff. All right. And no need to change that name. We do want to parent it here. And then go into weight paint. Set to paint mask. Ugh. All right, very cool. Ah, this one has a little too much influence. And we'll do this. Or I can just grab this edge and remove. Good stuff. And then we want to double check the weight here. I'll turn it down just a little. There. Suppose right there as well. Okay. I think I'll just add as many fizz bones as I have available components. I got another 30 minutes, and I'm gonna run end the stream for my run. But I'll be back. For anyone new here, I do break my day up into 2 streams. Thank you, Eventide. Super appreciate that. Also, welcome. Were you here earlier today? I think you just arrived, right? Well, welcome. Welcome back. Do the tail. Solve the shoes? Yes. So basically, I had to use constraints. So I just use rotation constraints to actually move the bones, because those actually override a lot of the animation issues. Hello, Babsy VR. Just joined your live stream. I'm trying to make an avatar myself. Well, nice. That's good to hear. Hope you're enjoying the process so far. What kind of avatar are you trying to make? The body has claws, and then the clip shape will turn them off. Or UV discard? Do I want collision on the belt? Probably not. But I will put an angle on there. And we'll do 0 for this. Not one too complicated, you know, just a guy. Well, heck yeah. I hope you're enjoying that. It's definitely an interesting little space, a little process to make a VR chat avatar. I think the simpler the better when you're starting out. So, well, I have gravity on the belt, which is kind of cool, actually. Cool. I like that. Oh, balls. I do have to undo some stuff though, because I don't think I just replaced the tail. I meant to duplicate it. Still love the font. Amazing use of it. Thank you, Ethan. Yeah, I think it came out super well. I'm glad there was a font. I was like, man, if I have to do that by hand, that's going to be super tricky. Well, let me know if you have any question, Babsy, and good luck with your work. I do like trying to share what I know. I don't always have time to get into things, but if I can help you out a little bit, I'd be happy to. What the heck? Mob entertainment. I think I'm getting harassed here. What is going on? What's going on? And we'll go ahead and move this over. the second or third time I've gotten people in my chat harassing me. Are you live on Twitch and YouTube? I am on both. Any requests from the client missing? Does look like the inspo except the hair. There's no hair. So the spikes are different. The character's kind of an amalgamation of a few different references. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, the feet came out well. So we got the little rotation constraint moving. And it looks quite nice. On the belt here, we'll go ahead and try adjusting the constraints. Make sure I can visualize this. So we have the max pitch. I should be able to roll these as well on one of the axes. I guess the yaw. Yaw. Or do I have to... That's not what I want. There we go. Okay, it's just hard to visualize from that angle. But that should prevent it from flopping into the leg. Right about there. Cool. So we'll copy that. Actually, let me test it first. And Fizbone belt. Curve. Go ahead and move that down. Oops, that's the wrong way. We want the other direction. This one. Because we do want less there. Let me visualize that. Then we can change it. Set it back to 0. Not 0, but right about there is where it starts rotating. In the fall of the tail, preventing from clipping through the floor, done with Unity's joint constraints, or did you manage it in Blender? That relies on the Fizbones, which is called Avatar Dynamics. So basically the tail has a bunch of colliders, and you can create other colliders for it to interact with. And so there's just a plane at the bottom of the character. Play one more time. Ooh, got that Red Bull in me. Looking forward to my run. Yeah, that looks really good. Nice. Cool. I do want to turn off the gravity, though. Yeah, turn it off for it. I like the original position more. Okay. So we only got 20 more minutes. Let me go ahead and take stock of what needs to happen. So we added the crosses. We did fix the skirt and jacket. That's my ankle. Gave physics to the tip of the belt. Exactly. Oh yeah, and then so for the tail, you can see each of these objects right here is the physics for the corresponding bone. So for the breasts, butt, thighs, tail, belt, etc. Now for the floor is what prevents the tail from going through. Oh, I should change the shader. No color on horn. shader. Nice. Okay. So it's sad. This is a critical part that I know absolutely nothing about. Really wish Udon had a UE5 bridge. That would, yeah, I don't see that happening. That would be. I mean, Unity is still a, what would be the word? Unity is still the fundamental engine underneath. So if you do find a workflow that allows you to like look up Unreal Engine to Unity workflow, that might give you a better direction than trying to target VR chat. Because VR chat's got a lot going on, and it's definitely not built with that in mind. But it is still Unity under the hood, which I think most importantly is what would allow you to to kind of, if you wanted to use that workflow, that would be the way to do it, in my opinion. Okay, so why is the tail shearing? That is what confuses me. We're on shaded wireframe. See, we got this little, the very harsh cutoff right at that point. So it must just be that one of the vertex group's weights is a little sharp. That all looks pretty good to me. I guess let's take the tail and just make sure there's only tail vertex or tail weight on it. Tail and spine one. And then we'll delete everything else. Ooh. That or Epic just keeps evolving Fortnite to their own metaverse clone and incorporate user-created assets. They do have Unreal Engine Fortnite, which is pretty cool. That's definitely... definitely a step in that direction. I guarantee you or Epic is thinking about it. If you're interested in seeing someone who's done something really cool in that space, Code Miko does a lot of really cool things with that. Still got it. I wonder if that's the stretch then. No, it's still there. Ooh. Yeah, I have seen her. The resources money to pull what she does, though. Yeah. We'll get there someday. That'll be a while, though. Hello, Pepsi. Welcome. Welcome. You caught us just before lunch. Oh, hope you're having a good day, though. And welcome, welcome. I think she uses accents, which tapping out right there just to start. Yeah, I don't know why. There's a lot of solutions that are just a little bit cheaper. Like but I guess she probably makes money. Like they probably advertise with or like sponsor her would be my guess. That's like the only way I could see that really being even remotely affordable, because she's got that, she's got Rococo, she's got What a funny name. Rococo. Let's just try smoothing these, I guess. And exporting again. Perhaps the amount of bones? No, I mean, this should be pretty linear. Why is the tail looking weird? Maybe gonna have to invest Rococo though. I really wish there was a more mid-range one, but I think that's the best user budget friendly. I would make sure you have the workflow down before getting the suit, because there's a lot of like motion capture webcam or iPhone apps now. I would just try doing that first before spending that money. Rococo even has a web video to motion capture app on their website. Super long term. Okay, good. I mean, you feel free to do it, but that's definitely an intense jump. I had a question. Would you be able to add audio textures to my commission working on making a reference? Oh, like audio link? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Gonna nail all anim processes on UE before that. Smart. Yeah, audio link stuff, Pepsi. Yeah, feel free to DM me that. I'd be interested in seeing what you have in mind. Hmm. It just seems to, maybe the gravity's too strong. Change that. It's either that. It can't be the amount of bones though. It's only like they're just in order. Am I updating the right spot? Yeah, it has to be. Why does it look so strange though? I mean, even then, you can still see that segment right there is just really sharply bending. Interesting. Why that spot though? Because it's such a sheer. I just don't see that kind of bending or that kind of issue here. Maybe do I have a modifier on? I do have a triangulate. Let me turn that off and re-export. Perhaps it's the triangulation. I'd be surprised. I do love the flow of that tail mesh. Thank you. It does look like tri-heavy, but gotta look like a smooth cylinder from all angles at 100%. Was thinking having hidden tattoos, but see them at a rave. Oh, that'd be awesome. That would be really cool. Yep, the Poyomi shader that I use has tons of audio link capable stuff. So, yeah, if you have like a drawing or reference image, I'd be happy to see what it looked like on the avatar. Already on. Feeling kind of cold. It's still doing it. Huh. All right, let's just review the groups. So starting here. It'd be this one. Let me just, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to delete all of them. Or restart them. think my ranges for these are just a little too big. Oop. Okay, now we'll smooth. And let's see. I mean, this should look pretty much the same. Oh, wow, that looks worse. Okay. That looks bad. And we'll just keep smoothing it until we get nice, even bending. In the future, I'll also want a bone at the end of the tail. Or what we're doing here. But right. Won't extend beyond the tail since Unity only counts its base. Mostly because I want to be able to bend. So like right now, when I bend the full tail, you can see that the tip is just a little bit stiffer. With fizz bones, you do get the option to add an extra bone dynamically, so you don't technically need it. Need that final bone. Some people prefer adding the leaf bones, as they're called, but I'm not too worried about that since fizz bones usually add it. But if you do need to be that accurate, then obviously you would want it. Okay, that looks way better. Way better. Better. Yeah, better. Maybe the base is a little strong. Oh yeah, but definitely smoother. Looks to me like the bones are flying off, or the horns are flying off, so we'll have to do a little bit more fixing. So I think first things first is to limit the base influence. Like this. A little bit more. And this bone basically shouldn't really even have any influence. Because the spine, I'm going to do selected groups this time. Nah, whatever. Yeah, it's good enough. Okay, and then select, invert, separate. Take this, delete all groups. Then using the cent, transfer them back and recombine them. And that should let it have some very solid movement. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good stuff. Alright. 5 more minutes and then it is lunchtime for me.
Oh. Why do the VR constraints start at 0 weight for source bones? Heck/rant. I don't know. It does seem to be a little odd. How does Unity deal with collision capsules? So it's per bone chain. So if it doesn't need you have to manually set what colliders exist for each fizzbone. So for example, the tail, I have to let it know the floor exists. But you can use capsules or spheres and planes. Those are the three shapes. The other cool thing about capsules is you can define either keep things out or keep things in. So both are pretty useful for kind of defining the range. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah. Weight starts as 1, we find when we add it in the source, that weight is at 0. You also tend to have to add it twice, because yeah, it's a little goofy. Thankfully, they have more options, but I do like when I drag in the source FLCon, the first time it creates the element but leaves it blank. Then I have to drag it in again, and then do the next one. Goofy. All right. I think that's good. We've got the tail looking perfect. Fizzbone wise. We need to do a little bit more on the scales or the texture, skin texture. And then we'll be good. Yeah. And just because we have a little bit of time, I'm going to go to the horn. Unlock this. Go to emission. No, Voronoi. And take out the random cell color. Just reset that. So it should just be kind of the shape now. No random color. Good. All right. Save it there. I'm updating a DigiLeg setup Abby with arm twist bones as well and a wing prop that has constraints, and I'm just going blind on these constraints. I think constraints are really rough, honestly. What I'm annoyed with is like it always wants to reset things, or it always messes with the actual position. It's like, why can't it just save a position? Who knows? All right, we're looking really good. Okay, I gotta run. Thank you all for hanging out today. It's been a good Tuesday. Wait, Wednesday. Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday. My God, the week is just going by. A lot to do. A lot to do. There's a lot more work that needs to be done. For other things, we're almost done with Shimo, though. Shimo is very close to finished. But thank you all for hanging out. I hope everyone's having a fantastic week so far. And if you have any questions, looking for commissions or any sort of mentorship, definitely reach out to me. Very open for more commissions and things. And I hope you all have a good day. Enjoy your day, chat. See you very soon. Again, I'll be back in about 2 hours. I'm just going on lunch right now. Have a nice break. Thank you. Thank you. Going good, looking good. Thank you, Even. Thank you. Thank you all. See you soon. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye.